Hello, hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the stream, or welcome to the VOD, if that is how you consume these. I should remember to post in the Pyanodon's Discord that I am streaming. I always forget to do this, and I'm going to actually remember today. I'm going to make a post in the Pyanodon's Discord. All right, posted. So, my thought for today, I don't have anything on the to-do list in game, and that's always terrifying. We have, we're very close to logistics robots, actually. So that's, I should add elevated rails, because I'm going to want those. Got raw coal stage 2, because I was having that crushed coal problem before. And then I kind of need to figure out what my next techs are. Hot air from warmer stone bricks. Okay, this needs hot molten salt. This is worth thinking about, but I have plenty of hot air, so I'm not too worried about it. We have the next stage of iron processing. I think there's the next stage of alloys. Yeah, alloy smelting too. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what the next techs need to be. I haven't thought far enough ahead for that. Oh, this one gets me to fast inserters, though. You know what? Let's do that. I think after bots, getting to fast inserters is probably the next thing I want. So that'll be copper and lead processing. Oh, and we also will have large electric poles, and I'm going to want those too. Okay. So yeah, there's a few infrastructure things that I can get queued up for research. Speaking of, alloy smelting, and then I'm going to want fast inserters and big electric poles. And then I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with the base. Oh, I can also grab stacked belts. Okay, cool. Anyway, my focus right now is on the things that will improve my infrastructure. And thinking about how how I want to be scaling the base moving forward. So right now we have kind of this cluster of base in the middle, and I've been generally trying to build things relatively close in because I've been putting belts everywhere. And what I want to do today is start thinking about rails, is start getting start thinking about what outposts are going to look like with rails. Darn. I was hoping I'd find some more geothermal out here when I dropped these new radars, but alas, not so lucky. Anyway, I want to be kind of working towards the next iteration of the base, right? We've got rails. We've had rails for a while. We're getting Logibots going. I already have construction bots. I haven't been using these because it's been easier for me to put to just grab the buildings I need and use the construction bots that I have in my inventory because I've been using that quick start mod. But I would like for the base to start becoming more independent of that, right? So getting roboports figured out and the way Pyanodon does bots with construction zones, extenders, and chargers, and all of those things. I got to figure all that out. So that's the next iteration of the base, right? Is moving from this sort of ad hoc belt base with thousands and thousands of in here buildings. Yeah, that's right. In all time, yeah, 100,000 belts that I've built. And moving to Rails, moving to Logibots where it makes sense to use Logibots, things like that. That is the plan. So today that means getting ready for logistics, means getting Logibots building automatically in the mall, and getting whatever other pieces I need building automatically, right? So not logistic, roboports, Logibots, maybe construction bots. I need to decide if I want to try to get construction bot coverage or not, or if I still want to rely on the ones in my inventory. The next step after that is finding a place somewhere on the map, and I don't really care where, and building my Logibot-based mall. And that'll just be, a bunch of assemblers tied to chests, and nothing special beyond that. But having a logistic bot-based mall, I'll finally be able to build all of the pie buildings instead of just building a couple of the intermediate buildings. And then once I have that, I can start to think about using construction bots automatically, things like that. But all of this is in service of having a better mall so that I can do outposting correctly. And once I have that mall, starting to build that mall, rather, I don't necessarily want to be importing by belt from this cluster of a base. I'm inclined to just let this be and let it keep making Logiscience, and then I will start doing new outposts and we'll start to set up the CyberSyn system, bringing in what I need for the new mall. So we're basically rebuilding the base from scratch, is what I'm saying. So yeah, that's the plan. I don't know how far we're going to get in that system today. Does look like we're hitting our 8 SPM pretty consistently now. I fixed that last time. I realized something. And what I realized is that the Pyanodons scales the number of science packs you need as the sciences increase. And I had originally built this for using the same number of Logisci and PyScience 1 packs. So I had to increase my PyScience 1 here. More basic substrate, 2 of these assemblers. But it is working now. And should be working at full speed. I find science consumption. Do we still have, yeah, we still have this one running slowly. But yeah, we're backing up on science packs now because we are limited by these 8 labs. And I'm only building for 8 SPM, so these 8 labs are as much as I can use. But I could maybe throw down a couple more. But that would burn through the buffered science pretty quick. But yeah, I think the start is to just, well, start. I want to be thinking about, again, once I have the logistics system. Yeah, because this gives me requester chests. Yeah, I need requester chests to build a bot mall. But once I have that, I'll be able to start building that in earnest. For now, though, I want to be looking at logistics robots, and what do I need to make these Pinobots? I need niobium. Okay, I haven't set up niobium yet. So niobium needs to be the thing that I work on first. I need niobium plates for logistics spots. And I'm also going to want niobium for big power poles. Yeah, big power poles. What are Nexalit power poles? Wire reach 18, supply area 13 by 13. Woohoo! Okay, so those are better medium poles is what they are. Not any changes to big poles. Alright. So let's get started on niobium. This one will have to feed the base initially because I need it to start building my logistics system. So I think I'm going to use this patch right up here. I think this one it's close to the base, and I'll be able to get kind of basic niobium going. Let's go into YAFC real quick. If I can Alt-Tab all the way to it. We'll do a niobium setup. So we're going to have niobium ore. Yep. And we want a belt of that. We'll crush it. This. Niobium concentrate. Niobium complex. Niobium oxide. Niobium plates. Okay. So we're going to bring in... Oh, for a belt of raw ore, this only uses like one of each building. Oh, that's 15 a minute. I'm on minutes, not seconds. Like, why are these building numbers so small? Go back to seconds. Okay. That looks more realistic. Classifiers, a bunch of chemical plants, 11 chemical plants, 12 electrolyzers. What are my other inputs to this? I need salt. I have salt. I need nitrogen, which I haven't built yet. Oh, and I need organic solvent that I haven't built yet, and HCl. Okay. Hydrogen chloride I can make from either as a chlorine sink or from guts. And I have a lot of guts, so I'm inclined to make... Okay, this will use 20 guts a second. How many guts am I making? 0.5 guts a second in my science maths here. Does that include rocks? Does the rubber go all the way down to rocks? Does. Yeah, full render 0.28 a second, and then rendering cotton guts is another 0.22. Okay, so yeah, 0.5 guts a second. So we're not making HCl from guts because we need a lot of it. We're gonna have to make it the other way, which is from hydrogen and chlorine. We are burning off chlorine all over the base. Unfortunately, it's not going anywhere centralized. And I'm also worried about this hydrogen situation. Yeah, that's a lot of sodium hydroxide to make enough chlorine to do a full niobium build. That is a lot. Sodium hydroxide. Maybe that's fine, though. The question is, like, how do I get the saline water? Salt. Do it with salt. 50 salt a second. Wrong thing. Salt rock mining. Oof. Yeah, that's 12 salt miners to get this system running. Oh, because I also need salt here. Yeah, so that's not the answer. I guess you can, I mean, you can do it from stone and gravel, of course. So yeah, if this is salt extraction, to feed this, then I need... Okay, this is absurd. We're not building this at scale. This is just not... This is unviable. But we can start smaller. Yeah, somewhere between one of these and 45 is the right answer. And I think it's, you know, I have to just decide which of these buildings do I want to be scaled at one thing of. And I think the answer to that, salt. So if I do actually salt, coming in, let me check my base here. I have a salt mine already somewhere. Yeah. And in theory, this can do 10 a second, but it's only outputting to 1/2 of a belt. So 7.5 a second. Do I have more? Oh, I have a bunch of these. Okay. But this is the one up here that I actually care about. So that's 73/4, right, of one of these machines, because we're going to get 7.5 a second. So that's what I'm going to scale this to. I'm going to scale this to how much salt I can get easily. We have 7.5 salt per second. And clear this fixed building count. Okay. So our inputs now, I mean, water's not an input. We need to be making drill heads, nitrogen, lamps, and organic solvent. How much acetone do we need for this? I think I have some acetone. I'm pretty sure acetone is a byproduct. Oh, it's right here. Yes. Of making something. Processing black liquor. Right. And that's in my circuits build. So 0.3 acetone a second. Okay, and this needs like 10 times that. So that's not my full. Okay, so we're going to bring in the acetone at however much this does. 0.31. I'm just going to use that approximate number. And then I need to add another source of organic solvent. From either naphthalene or, well, I can't make it from arthropod blood. There's this bone meal recipe. Oh, that needs olefins, which I'm not making. So this one. This is the recipe. Is the naphthalene and the carbolic oil. We will also need to make refined syngas, which I guess is filtering it with activated carbon, which is more nitrogen. That's fine. We're spitting out ammonia, which if I turn that into formamide, I can use, again, refined syngas from methanol. Yeah, fill methanol canisters. What? Why aren't you linked? Oh, because you loop your methanol. Sorry, I didn't process that. So the only output of this is the formamide itself, which will go into the next generation of science, but I can also turn into formic acid. What else can I do? Whoops, I wanted to leave that one. What else can I do with ammonia? I mean, I guess I can just pump it down into the system for making batteries, right? There's no... I can just call it a side product and be done with it. And that's fine. That's what I'll do. And then nitrogen we make from air. The oxygen goes into the rest of the base. Purest nitrogen we recycle back into being air. Great. Nice and easy. This is why I love using a proper matrix solver. The oxygen goes into the system. And then zinc chloride, I assume, is just made with zinc and chlorine. Oh, it's made with HCl. Wait, but isn't this on my path to get HCl? What am I looking at here? I'm making the organic solvent for... Oh, no, that's for the niobium. Okay, we're fine then. Yeah, HCl with zinc plates. So we're gonna overproduce a little bit of hydrogen? Yeah, that's fine. So what are our byproducts so far? We make some hydroxide, that's fine. We make some stone and gravel, we'll deal with those. Our inputs are looking fine. Naphthalene, syngas, drill head, carbolic oil, lamp. Sure. And then we have 3 different recipes for drill heads. This is the one that Yafsi thinks is the cheapest one, and I have no reason not to use it. Like, I think our steel and titanium and aluminum I'm making plenty of at the moment, so that is the recipe we'll use. So this is the system. This is what we're making. I need to... So the things that I need to be planning to make before we can start getting niobium are the drill heads. Those are easy. That's just a factory at the mall. The this nitrogen loop with fractional distillation, also fine. The activated carbon, I have coal dust in a couple of places, but I think I know which place I want to grab it from. and we will use that for activated carbon. And then everything else is kind of fine, right? Like we have salt coming in for the saline water for the niobium. I'm doing that all locally. Do the saltwater electrolysis to get the hydroxide. I don't necessarily... Well, what I'll end up doing is I will feed more saline water into my main saline system and then pull the chlorine out of where I'm already making hydroxide. So I actually don't know that we're going to need quite as much salt at this scale. I'll figure that out. You know, all of these are at less than one building, so they'll run at kind of whatever scale they can run at based on how much input they can get. But this looks like it'll be able to run at maybe 30% faster. I think this electrolyzer is the most used thing. Yeah. Yep. All right. So this is what we build for niobium. Yeah. I don't see anything in here that is making me really nervous. Well, the naphthalene sink makes me nervous. Because I don't have all that much naphthalene necessarily. I think that turns into gasoline, or am I thinking anthracene? I always get those two confused. Oh. Okay. Let's go back into the game and let's start building these things. Okay, and I have the alert from Twitch telling me, and this is actually a good time to do it, so I switched my Twitch configuration to ad breaks automatically for a couple of reasons. One, if I have automatic ad breaks, then it turns off pre-roll ads, and I think for people to be able to come in and just join the stream and be able to chat is important. Two, it gives me an excuse to drink some water and stretch my legs and take care of myself better, because I have a bad habit of just sitting here for 5 hours straight and not taking care of myself. Well, 3, I get a better ad share when ads run automatically every hour, but, you know, that's cents, not dollars, at my channel size. So it may have just started, but the crux of that is that ads run automatically every hour now, and if you don't want to see ads, there's always Twitch Turbo, or you could subscribe, and both of those are ways to turn ads off. But all right, and my dashboard says the ad break has started. So hello, YouTube viewers and Twitch Turbo gang. You're the only ones who can hear me. I was just talking about how this is my excuse to, like, take a break and get some water, and I'm absolutely not doing that, but... Okay, I'm going to go ahead and build the drill head factory, because that's easy, and it's just a few materials that I have right here. And it's not really interesting to show while the stream is off. Hey, Starfighter. Welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, the secret third option is to use an unofficial Twitch client. Yes. But, you know, I don't like pushing, you know... I don't like ads. I don't like trying to push people to sub. It makes me uncomfortable. But the reality is that Twitch really incentivizes having mid-roll ads on automatically, and at some point I just have to play along with the game as it is played, right? And yep. All right, let's get. I guess up here is fine. Which recipe did I decide I'm using? A steel, aluminum, and titanium one. Yeah. Oh, what did I do here? Why did I do this? All right. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I just started working on the drill head build because it is not a particularly interesting build. And I figured I could get that going while ads were running, and no one would care. They missed a little bit of it. Yeah. That one. All right, drill heads. So these will need to go up to the niobium, wherever that is, up here. But there's nothing really special about this factory. Other than that, I don't have titanium? What did I... Oh. I got some chromium mixed in with my titanium here when I added this splitter. Get the screenshot of the drill heads, as always. Okay. The next thing, what does Yafsi say? Is going to be... I'm going to just start going through the process, I guess, from the ore mining and working my way up. So we're going to start with niobium ore mining, which needs the refined syngas. And refined syngas is from syngas and activated carbon needs hydroxide and coal dust. Okay. Let's figure out where to make this. So I've got a bunch of coal dust here in this system. I mean, also a lot of crushed coal, but this is making coal as an input to melamine. And if we look at my circuits here, Oh, I need to be doing... Right now, that's the only thing we're doing. Yeah. So we make 0.19 coal dust a second off of our circuits build, and niobium needs... Oh, 0.47. Okay. So I'm going to need to bring in more coal. And yeah, using the coarse coal actually makes it worse. Only 0.12. Can I just make coal dust straight up? From raw fiber... or from coke processing stage 2, which makes coke from red hot coke. And I haven't even looked into that. Otherwise, it's the various separation systems. Okay. This is part of why I really am excited to get the CyberSyn base up and running, because with CyberSyn, I would be pushing all of my crushed coal byproducts to some sort of central crushed coal situation, and we wouldn't even be worrying about them. But now I have to figure out where my crushed coal is in the base and how do I route it in. I have some down here, I know, from ash separation. Oh, from soot separation, yeah. And also from this system, this tailings dust. Do I have... Yeah, my hot air and YAFC says that this is making actually plenty of crushed coal. Or coal dust, rather. 0.56. So this will be enough crushed coal. Cool. So I'll pull the crushed coal from there, and that's great, because that's relatively close to where I'm trying to build this, and relatively close to the sodium hydroxide and some of the other stuff. I need a bunch of DDCs for fractional distillation. We'll get that started. This says 8 just for the... I allow overproduction of nitrogen. And then I, like, set fixed building count to 1. 2, 5, and 50. I could make a massive nitrogen plant. It's so tempting, but I don't think that I am quite to the point where doing this build would actually make sense. So let's do, like... I set this one to 1. Yeah, 1 to 10 to, well, 0.4. Sure. 10 DDCs making nitrogen. I'll take that. That's fine. And then I can scale this up more if I need to, with a couple of small additions. So let's get nitrogen going. Need 2 pressure pumps, and I need... I said 10 DDCs, so I need a couple more. What do I need for these? Copper. Where do I want to build this nitrogen is the other question. Because I need it for niobium. It's my input to it, but I'm sure I'm going to need it elsewhere. I mean, it's also not that hard to build up more of this nearby where I need it. So I think I'm just going to do it up here because I can feed the oxygen into the oxygen system pretty easily up where I'm doing iron here. This all consumes oxygen. So let's do our nitrogen build like here. Nitrogen. So these have output at the top and up. Oh, these outputs are not laid out well, are they? Let's stop and think about this. All right, so I need the oxygen to come out. I need nitrogen to come out. I have pressurized air. And I have purest nitrogen. Okay. The purest nitrogen is going to have to be... something like this should do the job. And then up top, we're going to have the pressurized air input. The purest nitrogen will come out here and go to another build. And there we go. And then the purest nitrogen comes out to a pressure pump. Makes pressurized air from the purest nitrogen. That goes into a top up because I don't want this to... No, it's the other way around. Sorry. This runs normally. And then there's a top up into it from another pressure pump, making pressurized air from nothing. That way we're always recycling the purest nitrogen back into pressurized air. And there we go. Make this a top up. And these should start running. Cool. Let's grab oxygen. Let's see. Keep going. The oxygen needs to come in over here. And down here... Oh, this is already a top-up. Perfect. Why is this already a top-up? Oh, because I'm already making oxygen from, like, this process. That's right. Okay. Let's grab undergrounds. Underground pipes. There they are. All right. And then nitrogen is going to be used in some of the next processes. Specifically for activated carbon, right, because I was working on the refined syngas. But that needs zinc chloride, which needs hydrogen chloride. So let's do that first. Let's be making HCl out of the outputs of our sodium hydroxide build. That's fine. So let's get those making HCl. Oh, and what building is that in? Hydrogen chloride happens in a chemical plant. Okay. So I've got, I think, 2 electrolyzers already making... Oh, no, just the one. Already making sodium hydroxide here. So I can grab the outputs of this. Right now, we're just burning off the chlorine, and the hydrogen goes into the rest of my hydrogen system. But I will turn those into overflows on both accounts, and we will make hydrogen chloride. I guess I could do it here. There's space. Feels a little crammed in to do it here, but like I've got space in this general vicinity, and this is where I have the hydrogen and the chlorine. So instead of trying to bring in another building somewhere, I'm just gonna do it here. And then overflow valve with those again. If I greater than 80, overflow. Yep. Oh, and lamps. Fortunately, I also have those here. All right, yeah, this wasn't a bad place to do this at all. Let's see. The lamps are here. Work them. And then this has a 50% chance of returning its lamp. So what I need is for there to be a lamp output. Then this is in exactly the wrong spot. Let's... Okay, that looks fine. That's doing what it needs to do. So there's HCl. And then from that, I can make the zinc chloride. And then activated carbon. So the coal dust for the activated carbon is here. The nitrogen I made up here because... I don't know. I decided I like pain, so I've got to bring, I think, the nitrogen to here, and I'll do the activated carbon just, like, right here. So I got to bring in the nitrogen, and I got to bring in zinc. I don't think I have zinc coming up to this corner of the base at present. Interesting. Why am I not making that? Iron oxalate antimony alloy. I am. Okay. Just slowly. I guess just slowly is the answer. Alright. Yep, it's just slow. Okay. I'm not going to worry about it then. I do need to figure out how to get zinc down here. I've got zinc here. I could build a new zinc mine. But where is zinc presently? Zinc is down here because I think the only consumer for zinc has been circuits until now. Yep. So that's the other option, is to run zinc all the way up here. And I think... Oh, I have a little bit of zinc ore already from soot processing. That's a question. If I look at my hot air build, how much zinc am I making? 847 micro zinc per second. Okay, I need more than that. Yes. I need 32 millizinc per second. So I can't just use this zinc that's here, unfortunately. I can just... Yeah. Run a gas furnace, though, and, how much... I do zinc just straight from ore, not cast, not doing anything. How many miners do I need? Oh, it's only like one zinc miner. Okay. Some aromatics. I'll figure out how to pipe those up there. Yeah, I think I'm just going to mine some zinc close to on-site then and send that over and merge it with the zinc ore that's coming off of the hot air build. Since the hot air is also already my source for the coal dust. Yeah. So I need a fluid mining drill, a bunch of small parts, and aluminum. Okay. Let's see. Zinc is right here. And then it needs aromatics. And aromatics are where? This pipe. So I need to bring them from here somewhere? All of these are the same aromatics pipe, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, because they're coming off of here where we're doing shale oil processing. Right. So I can fork it off right here. I can put a pump here and then pull the aromatics right across. I love it when things are easy. This base was not designed with any of this in mind, but every once in a while I get lucky. Oh, and it's too long. Oh, it's too long, like right here. That's hilarious. Okay. Hilarious, but easy to fix. Alright, and then this comes off of here. Has to come pretty much right down to here. And then here we want to pull out just zinc. No, like here, I think is going to be the best place to pull this in. are going to be coal. Actually, no. Let's not even do that. Let's just put the building right there. Where is this made? This is made in a high-pressure furnace. Okay. Which I can't make. Why can't I make this? Iron plates. Always iron plates. So... Activated carbon. All right. So we need zinc chloride and sodium hydroxide. Zinc chloride is made in what? Chemical plant. I'm going to need a couple more of these for this build, so let's just grab it. Oh, that's huge. But zinc goes in. Zinc chloride. I'll push hydrogen back out to where it needs to go. Oh, I'm actually stupid. Yeah, gas furnace. That's what I want. Okay. Then this needs fuel, which over here is this. This is the fuel. So if I put this on an overflow, yeah, I greater than 80. Then bring it down here. Alright, so now we won't turn this into steam until there is enough backed up, and that'll be the fuel source for this thing. Then output. All right. I've got to bring in the HCl, which I'm making here. I think down and then to the right is going to be the way to do that from this location. All right, we've got HCl, which means we're now making a little bit of zinc oxide here. That gets fed into the activated carbon machine. So I just need to bring in hydroxide and the nitrogen now. Hydroxide is here, and it's already on a belt kind of going south. So let's split that. Oh. Yeah, I should probably limit this chest again, huh? I forgot about that. I had those building way more than I needed before, but now they have been built. I don't need that many under construction all the time. All right, and hydroxide. Now just the nitrogen. Nitrogen I'm making up here, and that is easy enough to drag into space. If I can find it. Where did I build nitrogen? Here we go. I think I actually want to take it on this side. So I want to go a little more out to the right. Okay, more underground pipes, always more underground pipes. But we are pretty much to activated carbon, and then I will have to check YAFC again and see what the next step is on the path to niobium. Oh, am I out of landfill in my inventory? That's a weird one to run out of. Where does landfill happen? It's around here somewhere. Not. Stone. Here's a bunch of stone. Here it is. Okay. Oops, not quite. One more, and then... yeah, right down here. Oh, that's also wrong. Need like a couple more. Darn it. Alright. Plenty of space this time. I swear this is enough space. There is that. There it is. Pump and continue. All right, that is activated carbon. Oh, which is apparently also a thing that I get a pop-up for. Beautiful. All right, and with activated carbon, what is the next step on my path to niobium is using the activated carbon to make refined syngas. Okay, so I need a filter and I need syngas, and that makes the refined syngas, which is used for the actual mining. Okay. I should be checking things off as I build them. Activated carbon is built. Nitrogen is built. Okay. So, refined syngas from the activated carbon and a little bit of syngas in a filter building. So filter. I just make this like right. It doesn't quite fit. Okay, fine. I'll do it a little further down. But we can do our refined syngas like right here. And refined syngas, activated charcoal, and syngas. Syngas is over here. I think at the moment, I don't do much with it. It gets made, and then the syngas output, I think, goes to plastic, which is down there. And it's going somewhere up here for something. This just as a mining fluid? Yeah, it's a mining fluid for borax. Okay. And otherwise, it's really not being used for much. So I should be able to pull the refined syngas over there where I need it. There we go. Okay. Down. That's not right. Oh, how did you end up with... Down to here. Yeah, I'll just come through like here. All right, syngas in, and power. Beautiful. Why are you not running? You are not making zinc chloride. You are not making zinc chloride because I didn't deal with the hydrogen output. That is easy enough to fix, though. Where's my nearest hydrogen pipe that I can just dump that into? Is it the one over here? It's probably the one over here. Oh, down here. Okay. Yeah. That is where I will try to route that hydrogen. Cool. That should do the trick. Let me actually power this pump before I forget that it exists. Cool. Now we should be making plenty of zinc chloride. Output is full there. Waiting for carbon. This doesn't actually have to run very frequently. We don't need a lot of the activated carbon to do this refined syngas build. But that is another thing done. Cool. So we've got the refined syngas. So I should be able to set up the niobium mines now. And it looks like... Oh, right. I scaled this for how much salt the system can handle, which is iffy at best. But I guess I can run like 3 or 4 niobium mines. I don't know. Let's call it 4. Let's just make 4 niobium mines, and then I should be able to bring up that refined syngas and these drill heads and actually start mining the niobium. So for the mines, what do I need? a bunch of circuits, and some electric drills. Those are things that I have at the mall. And steel plates. All right, niobium mines in place. Outputs there. I need to bring in the drill heads, so those will kind of do a little loop to do around the top. And then the plumbing. Oh, can't flip them. Interesting. Kind of annoying, but so be it. Is that right? That looks right. That pipe, that pipe. Now this is all one network. Yes. Okay. Let's get the drill heads up here, and then I will pipe in that syngas. Let's see, right here, right? Yes. How do I want to route those? Like up here-ish, and then over here, and then up? Sure. Here, let's actually do it backwards. I think it'll be easier to figure out. And then, I think right through here. Actually, I think I want to go this far. I think I want to go up like here. All right, drill heads, and then the other thing I need to route up there for those is the refined syngas. Ooh, and there's the Logi system tech, which is fantastic. What was I working towards with alloy smelting? Fast inserters? Yes. And then stack inserters. Okay. It's this. Backing up here, it is. Okay. I want to make sure that I'm actually making enough of the sodium hydroxide for my consumption. I might need to make another one of these electrolyzers making hydroxide here. But that's not too much of a problem to do in that spot, I don't think. Inventory, why? What else can I get rid of from this awful mess that I call an inventory? I don't even know anymore. Let's get that refined syngas routed up and in. That is the next step. Wow. I couldn't have done that if I wanted to. Those pipes are perfectly aligned in the least convenient way. And let's see. Oh, hooked up. These just need to start getting their drill heads. Cool. Oh wow, it's already been another hour. Once the ad break starts, I will stand up, stretch my legs, get myself some more water, because my water is empty, and, yeah. I don't love ads. Twitch always runs ads. They're either pre-roll ad... Oop. Interrupted by the ad break. I didn't give my spiel early enough. I missed my opportunity. Okay. That is the raw niobium. I am going to take a moment while the ads are running to use the restroom, and I will return momentarily. All right. I am back. As I was saying, because I missed it right before the ad break, I missed the notification and didn't start my spiel. Twitch is always going to run ads. They're either going to be pre-roll ads or they're going to be ad break ads. And I don't really like pre-roll ads. I prefer that people be able to just come into the stream, see what's going on, and join in the conversation. So I switched the stream over to run mid-rolls. And it also gives me an opportunity to stop, stretch my legs, use the restroom, get some more water, because I have noticed that I have a bad habit of just playing this game for 6 hours straight and not taking care of myself. So yeah, I'm not running ads because I am, you know, some greedy person trying to get as many ads from as many people as I can. I make cents off of the ads on my streams. But I do think that the regular ad breaks are help me be healthier in the stream, and also are a better way to be more welcoming to people coming into the stream instead of everyone having to watch a pre-roll. So that is why I run them. Have started running them that way. Yeah. And I'm going to keep going through that spiel like every ad break because people come and go. And I think most people who are regular Twitch viewers probably know how Twitch does its ads and its monetization. But it is a switch on my streams from pre-rolls to mid-rolls, and I want to make sure that I'm explaining why and being transparent about why I'm making those changes. And in an ideal world, there would be no ads, and you know, I will certainly not discourage anyone from using an ad blocker. Again, I make sense off of it. It is not a revenue stream. But where am I trying to go? I completely lost track of... It's over here somewhere. This is what I wanted. Here we go. Our acetone. This acetone needs to be turned into organic solvent and ammonia. I just void the ammonia. I have to make filtration media. Already do have activated carbon. Microfiber, glass. Ugh, this is awful. Yeah, I feel like this recipe is bad enough on purpose. Like, microfiber is... That's not bad. That's just fiber and sodium hydroxide. But everything else is annoying. And I guess I could just make a few of them. Just set up a little pulp mill making microfiber, and then... Or I just throw this ammonia in a tank and deal with it later, like I have been with the acetone. I like that plan. I like that plan a lot. Which is researched? Elevated rails. Okay. So yeah, we want to turn the acetone into organic solvent, which is only a little bit, and then we also need to make some from naphthalene and carbolic oil. And that's in a chemical plant and a DDC. Okay. So the chemical plant here, making... Huh? Oh, I might not have this tech. Indeed. That tech is hiding. Great. That's fine. This was mostly me finding a use for my acetone, so it's not the end of the world that I can't do that part of the build. The other part of the organic solvent comes from naphthalene and carbolic oil. Hopefully I can make that one. Yeah, that's this recipe in a DDC. So I will do that. There is carbolic oil, right. So here, this is an overflow that sends carbolic oil to be turned into creosote, which should basically never happen. I'm always consuming it. I'm going to set this one really high. And then... do I put an overflow on the carbolic pipe to stone so that that runs only when we have enough carbolic to turn into organic solvent? I think that's the thing to do. That would be here. Yeah, when I is greater than, sure, 80, pump it that way. Then down here on this pipe, bring it in this way. Into this guy. And the other thing I need here is the naphthalene, which I should have... that's anthracene. Where does naphthalene go? This makes naphthalene. Comes out... oh, I'm just sinking it into creosote right now. Okay. Yeah, we can definitely switch this to be on a overflow. And then grab that. Alright. That should be organic solvent. Once I add power. Now it's organic solvent. Okay. So, the organic solvent, going back to YAFC, is now being made. And that goes into, okay, the niobium processing. So I think we can start working on these stages of the niobium processing chain here. Jaw crusher, ball mill, classifier, and 2 chemical plants are what I need. All right. 2 chemical plants. I need more copper. One, 2, and then jaw crusher, iron plates, and steam engines. Okay. jaw crusher, and ball mill, and a classifier. Ball mill, classifier, and a couple of electrolyzers, which are making pipes. Let's not make pipes, please. Okay. Niobium processing. So, step 1 is crush in a jaw crusher. Each of these is making a third a second. This is 1.3 a second. So that's like 2 or 3 of those. Niobium. And then the output of that is going right into a ball mill. And normally these would be like somewhat ratioed and I would care. But since these are not really ratioed and I just have one of each building, I can do this. Ball mill makes fine breaking of niobium. And then that goes into the classifier, which, there it is. Classifier. Oh, and this has an output. Okay. To make niobium concentrate. Niobium concentrate gets fed into a chemical plant. But this I have to put a splitter on. So niobium concentrate, which goes into chemical plant. Look at how big these are. To make the niobium complex. And then you or the niobium complex into niobium complex. Nope, wrong one. Niobium oxide? Niobium oxide. Yes. And let's pull that one more over. So these will connect, and then nitrogen connects up to there. And then here I need to bring in solvent and HCl. HCl I am making down here, and I already have a pipe coming across for it. So I think the HCl, I just need to keep sending this way. Then go up like here-ish, yeah. Okay, that is HCl. Yeah, I can make a few of these. And then each of these are also going to have their byproducts that I'm going to need to start pushing out, but that's fine. Cool. And then from the niobium oxide, I need 2 electrolyzers. And those are going to make the actual niobium plate. Oh, inserter is always helpful. I'll need to pipe in the organic solvent still. I know I haven't done that yet. Oh, really? Okay. And then these are going to be making niobium plates. And they also need a salt input. So let me get the salt onto these. That's this belt here, right? Yes. And... Alright, well, aside from getting all the byproducts output of these things, stone. This one is gravel. And one of these also outputs sand. This one. Nope, not pure sand. Just regular sand. Sand! Okay. And those are all the byproducts. For now, we do this, because I'm not going to have that much demand for niobium, so I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, and I don't see any other secondary outputs on the last few machines. So let's just get the organic solvent up here, and then I think we are done with niobium, which is wild. That went much more smoothly. I always expect when I'm playing Pyanodons that, like, something that seems easy will quickly turn out to be not easy, and that the game will be, you know, the game is always trying to mess with me, right? It's Pyanodon's hard mode. But so far, seems okay. And I'm sure I'm going to need a lot more organic solvent as I start scaling up my Logi-Sci era technologies and builds, but for now, this should get things going. And electrolyzers are running, so I should get my first niobium plate. There we go. Save that screenshot. All right. There is niobium. So that will buffer a couple of stacks of that if necessary. And the next thing I want to be doing then is thinking about there was another organic solvent recipe, and I want to make sure that I'm working towards the research for that. All right, so with niobium here, we want to be looking at making logistic bots. These also need nichrome. Okay, I'm not making nichrome right now, but I have the stuff for it. Nichrome is made in a high-pressure furnace from chromium, nickel, and nitrogen. Okay. So I can do that basically on site at my mall, right? I have chromium. Am I sending up nickel right now? No. Okay, that's a problem. Zinc, uranium, titanium, more zinc. I don't see nickel. My nickel build right now is very small. It's down here. And I don't need a ton of it, and I won't need a ton of nichrome to start making whatever it is I'm making with it. Bots. But it's just in an awkward place. Like, is there a belt that's only half full that I can send nickel on to get it up here? Kinda. Not really. So, like, all my alloy belts are double-sided already, right? Yeah, I'm sending 6 things up here. But I do have this rubber belt, which right now is on one, well, it's coming on both sides of the belt, but there's no reason that has to be the case. If I make that one-sided, then I only have to bring nickel up, like, to here, instead of trying to get it routed all the way up here. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's grab where the rubber belt comes in, like here. Yeah, before our first splitter, we're going to drop this here, and we're going to say the left will be nickel. So that'll be nickel, and now I just have to get nickel onto that belt. That would be... What is this belt? This is a belt from nothing. Oh, I know what belt this is. This belt used to have rubber stoppers on it. That's what this belt is. Because this is the rubber stoppers for the old glassware. Yeah. So let's find nickel, because nickel is around here somewhere. Here we go. If I want it to go up past the aluminum build, I mean, up anywhere around here is fine. I weirdly have a bunch of empty space in this part of the base now, which is funny. Think I can take this like here. Nickel to the left. And then we split that. Nickel. Then this side rejoins the niobium. This side is just nickel. Or not niobium. Whatever this is. Nexolite. And then this can go right up here. Let's see. Nickel there. We have rubber there. Okay, do that. Okay, so that should eventually be nickel once it makes its way up the belt. My teeny tiny nickel build is not going to be very happy with that for very long, but I don't need it to be happy with that for very long. So, what else do we need for the logistics Pinobots? Steam, battery, nichrome, intermetallics, gearbox, simple circuit board, belt, small parts, plastic bars, niobium, and solder. Okay. I think I've got everything else here already in the mall area. So I could get these guys moving. That's a lot of ingredients, so I'm going to make a automated factory. So I can find gearboxes. Yeah. And we'll do them like up here. Logistic Pinobots. Okay. Now I just have to drag all of these prerequisites up here. There we go. Can I route this through here reasonably? I think so. I do like that. Like that. There we go. That is Rubber belts. Ingredient number 1 in the Pinobots. Next, I guess I can bring down my niobium. Where's the best place to route that through? The build is like here. I want it to kind of come through here. Okay. This is just... The belt spacings here are really awkward, is the problem. I mean, it's not really a problem, it's just... Y'all know that I am unafraid of a little spaghetti, so we're gonna get a little noodly, but there we go. No problems. And then I guess bring it over to like here. Alright, that is the niobium plates. Next, what else do we need? I guess I could just start from the front. Steam engines. I make steam engines down here. What else does this need from that part of the bus? I'm going to try to combine things onto one belt when I can. So I need steam engines, and I also need small parts, which are coming up here. So if I take small parts onto one half of a belt, steam engines onto the other. That is a belt of steam engines and small parts. And then I have circuits here. And I should also have somewhere up here batteries. I just don't know how they come into the base. This is batteries? Okay. That's not as helpful. It's not really at the part of the bus that I want it to be to kind of route it up there. This is going to be some grade A noodles getting all of this together for sure. Oh, nickel. I got to make the nichrome too. That's right. I'll get to that. We're doing this one thing at a time. So let's get this belt out. This is the... small parts and steam engines, which can just come right in here. That works. So that's steam engines. I gotta get batteries up here, intermetallics. What else do I need off of my alloy belt? Just intermetallics? Yes. So if I take, like, that, split intermetallics. There we go. Intermetallics. Circuits, plastic bars. Gearboxes. Can I extract gearboxes from this mess of a... Maybe. The answer is maybe. I've got gearboxes and brakes here. How do I want to do this? So I need to have this coming out like that. And then what I want to do is do like that. And then like that. There we go. I knew I had the space. Quote unquote had the space. Let's see what we can do here. Bring this across. Okay, that is gearboxes, circuits, plastic, solder, and the nichrome. Circuits are, I mean, everywhere. I just need to find a good place to route circuits up here. I'm actually gonna take this whole thing, do it like here. That way I can send circuits up like here. We put rubber through like that, splitter there, that. There we go. Circuits. I should have plastic up here somewhere, and then batteries and nichrome. Batteries are down... Oh, that's right. I started dragging this belt out here, and then I changed my mind. If I could get batteries to, like... Here, let's do this backwards again. Ooh, that's gonna be tough. Maybe not. I can make space here. Okay. If I do batteries there, then like there isn't really space here to route what I want to route. That's okay. There we go. So that'll be batteries on that side of the belt. battery. Oh, and a little bit of glass that ended up on it. That's fine. Okay, so what are we left with needing here? I need to bring in solder and the nichrome. Is that it? Solder is happening here. This is some truly spectacular noodle that I'm cooking up here. All right, there's solder. And then plastic bars and nichrome, I think, are the remaining thing. Plastic bars. Is this plastic? That looks like plastic. Yep. I was gonna say, I knew I had them coming in somewhere. Send them right through the middle here. Oh, actually. Pick up these circuits, and that belt will be plastic and circuits. Then, all right, there's that. I just need the machine for nichrome. Nichrome is made from chromium, nickel, and nitrogen in a high-pressure furnace. Okay. Make that furnace. So what have I got? I've got nickel somewhere. I split it off. Here's nickel. And I need chromium, which is this one here. And those go into a high-pressure furnace, which is not a small building. But I will just do direct insertion here. Nichrome. Need to bring in nitrogen, which is up here somewhere. Yep. How do I want to route that down there from here? Yes, I want to go... There we go. Nitrogen. Nitrogen. Done. And then I need the nickel and the chromium. Nickel is right here. Well, I just have to get, like, chromium off and then merged which is easier said than done. All right. That is now nickel and chromium to go up and become nichrome. This can't really make it through here, can it? Well, sure it can. Ooh, actually. Well, I already... I actually might want to do more inserters here because the... Not that I'm expecting this to run at full speed. 0.2 versus 0.5. So 2, 3.5. Yeah. And then power. First nichrome. And very soon the first Logibot. Okay. Yay, first Logibot. Let's go ahead and make a, what do I want those to be in? I guess it's a passive provider chest, right? That's the right answer for Logibots. All right. Does the Pi Codex talk about... I don't see it. I know Pi does some things a little differently with bots, so we're going to have to try to figure that out. But first, we just need a basic RoboPort, some intermetallics, and some more small parts. These are things that I can grab easily. All right, RoboPort Mark 1. Oh, these are huge. Okay, beautiful. Look. Hello. Ugh. What's going... Oh, dear. Well, firstly, I have fish turbines on the network, and that's bad. Because that means that I have accidentally connected at least one of my... Not that one. At least one of my outposts here. Not that one. Means it's got to be this one? Yep, okay. No, this is isolated. Huh? Now I'm confusing myself. Yeah, this network is isolated. Yep. Exactly the way it should be. This network is isolated exactly the way it should be. This network is isolated exactly the way it should be. Why do I have fish turbines? Oh, I can't search for buildings, can I? Weird. Alright, well, as long as my geothermal is, in fact, all running. I was concerned if I was seeing fish turbines that my networks had accidentally been connected. Yeah, no, this one is also still off. Good. So it really is just that I'm not making enough... Oh! Well, this is a problem that I should fix up here. Get these miners running again, because we're almost certainly not pushing enough steam into the base. And then... Well, that might help a little bit with getting things going again. We'll start with that, and we'll go from there, and we'll see what I need to do to get more power. Yeah, none of these have fuel. That's not surprising. Stone is running-ish. But we're only getting, like, yeah, a belt and change of kerosene out of it. That's not fantastic. And then let's get all of this reconnected. There we go. That should keep this running for a while longer. Let's just do a little extra even more. Why not? And that way I don't have to worry about this turning itself off anytime soon. And then I guess I should also check my coal down here. Oh yeah, these are starting to run low in a couple places. So that is part of why we are not, not doing great as well. Although down here, those machines are all running off of, the main grid, so they don't... What? Oh dear. That's bad. We have some of this coal that's backed up. Is that just backed up because all these things are running slowly? Yes, because we're browning out entirely. Okay. Well, that's upsetting. That is deeply upsetting. High pressure steam turbines are not running at all. Yeah, that's not great. All right. Oh, there we go. They turned on for a second. Well, isn't there another... Let's see. Kerosene from heavy oil. All right, just from heavy oil. And then heavy oil I can make from shale oil. Thought I saw something to do more. Yeah, oleochemicals and sulfuric acid makes heavy oil and a bunch of other stuff. But that's not until blue. All right. Here we go. I knew there was another way to make heavy oil. Here we go. Low distillates plus water plus a little gasoline. Makes heavy oil, residual oil, and steam. Cool. So once the ad break finishes and everyone is back, I will pull this up in YAFC, and maybe this is what we need to start thinking about. Because if I can keep this system running full time, it produces heaps of power. But okay, we're doing a little better. It's trying. It's trying real hard. All right, welcome back from the ad break. Let's go into YAFC. I need to think about improving my power. So let's make a new power tab here, and let's look at our options. So things that can make hot molten salt is a gas power plant, an oil power plant, or a biomass power plant. The oil power plant runs only off of... I'm going to make these all separate nested tables, and then we can scale them as we feel. But it only runs off of kerosene, which is heavy oil, which we currently get from shale oil. Bitumen from oil sands extraction. Oh. From naphtha. And from this bitumen froth, which comes from crushed oil sands, which comes from oil sand mining. Okay. And this is an option, right? If I want to do... I mean, one of these makes pressurized steam into electricity. Yeah. It does net quite a bit of electricity. Obviously, need to add steam, water input. And I need to figure out the best way to make naphtha. As far as my current high distillates and other stuff. Condensed distillates can be turned into hydrogen or petroleum gas. I don't know if I have a petroleum gas sink at the moment. Methyl isobutyl, blah, 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 which needs a little acetone. And then this is used for nothing. Okay, this is literally used for nothing. And I make more of it than I make petroleum. So that's bad. Petroleum gas is maybe not the right answer then. I mean, just turn it into hydrogen. I always need more hydrogen. And then high distillates come from... yeah, bitumen, which makes a bunch of stuff. Oh, does this not make enough bitumen to do this? I believe that is the case. Yeah, this can't solve itself when I try to do residual mixture there. So medium distillates from crude oil. Okay, and I get that from oil patch mining. And then also turn the medium distillates into high distillates. And that becomes heavy oil. Oh, that becomes heavy oil from... what's this recipe? From low distillates. Maybe that's what I want instead of oil sands is... heavy oil from low distillates. Low distillates from medium distillates. Well, let's see. Yeah, crude oil into low, medium, and high distillates. Residual mixture, which becomes coke and cooking gas oil. Residual oil goes to residual mixture. Cooking gas... cooking? Really? Coking gas oil, sorry. I could just turn into coke as well. So this also makes a bunch of coke. Make some coke oven gas at 500 degrees. which I need to burn. What are my outputs here still? Still got the high distillates that I need to find a sink for. That goes into naphtha. Naphtha can become diesel, and I don't really know what to do with diesel. Or tall oil. Or bitumen, right? Because bitumen also kind of works its way into this cycle. And now I'm back to the bitumen froth. Crushed oil sands. The bitumen becomes... Okay, and then, yeah, this is tailings that I need to get rid of. Yeah, diesel is... I mean, I'm sure it's a decent fuel for things that need liquid fuel. I'm just like... Ugh. If I make a second liquid fuel, I have to deal with making sure that it's routed well around the base and things like that. And then, yeah, this goes to the residual mixture. Okay, so you kind of want to do bitumen and crude oil simultaneously, right? You want to be pulling from bitumen from oil sands as well as from the oil patch, because you kind of need the two sets of byproducts to help refine each other. Which is interesting. And then early on... What are our current output products here that I need to think about? The petroleum gas, the condensates, a bunch of coke, which is great. Tailings, stone. Okay. I think this is manageable. And I can actually turn the... Let's see. If I turn the condensates into refined natural gas, I can actually run that in a natural gas plant, right? Fuel usage for molten salt? Yes. And then the BTX, either benzene or methane, depending on what I need from it. And then tailings, we need to figure out, you know, what to do with, but tailings into tailing dust or whatever. And then, well, what I said was scale this to just one of these turbines, but if I clear that fixed building count, then I can scale it to, like, I mean, like, how many oil sand miners do I want, right? That's the... So with just one oil sand miner, we make a net of 69 megawatts. Nice. But most of these buildings are running well below capacity. 2 of those runs 1 crusher and 0.5 hydro classifiers. Steam, water. What other inputs do I need here? Chromite sand. How do I make chromite sand? Oh, and this tin chromium alloy that I'm not making yet. That's... But like vacuum will make on site. Pressurized air we make on site. This should be 250 degree steam, 250 degree steam, 250 degree steam. There we go. So yeah, with just a little bit of gasoline and some other things that I need to figure out, one of these needs heat. Where is the heat? Ah, high distillates. Okay. 700 kilowatts, and I don't know what the minimum temperature for this multi-purpose cracker is. But yeah, we'll run it off of Coke in one of these. That was exactly what I was thinking anyway, because this loop is going to make, I mean, a lot of Coke. We're netting like 10 Coke a second here. And just over 60 megawatts now with 2 miners. I mean, if I wanted to run a full belt of oil sands into power, and that seems like a lot, that would be another 400 megawatts. All right. We would be using... What? Wow. Okay. So yeah, using about 700 megawatts and netting about 460. That is a lot of power. And a lot of byproducts. I don't think I can deal with, like... We're making 80 Coke. I have nothing that can use 80 Coke. So this scale is untenable. I mean, I'm sure find a use for it, right? I can turn it to tall oil. Do I already have tall oil in this cycle somewhere? I don't remember if I saw that. Bitumen froth, crude oil. I don't think so. But like Coke fluidization versus some of the other things that I've got as sinks for... I suspect that this fluidization and getting tall oil out and a little bit of ammonia is better than getting full gas, right? And then tall oil separation, benzene and aromatics, light oil gets turned into... Oh, that's an input, sorry. Aromatics become... Right? Yeah. I mean, aromatics right now, I'm already putting in my fuel sushi pipe, so this is honestly fine. Benzene, apparently I don't have anything good with. I assume these benzene things are turd options, and otherwise I just have to burn it. And that's fine. And then the tar would go to all my normal... Whoops. I don't know if outlet gas is what I want there, but... you know, normal tar refining stuff. But like this, and this is where the scale starts to look ridiculous, right? With 15 of these miners is 155 fluid separators. Yeah. So if we go back down to a more reasonable number of things, our inputs are mostly manageable. I have to be making this tin chromium alloy with chromite sand. And then... When you see you need 500 for this building, you're probably doing something wrong. Yeah, that's not meant to be building those recipes at that scale at this time. That was me trying to find a way to get rid of the coke that this generates, right? And being like, oh, I can blah, 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 blah. But, like, I could definitely do coke to coal gas to whatever else. Something here generates steam. I'll cool it. That's fine. We have this coke oven gas that... I mean, I could turn into syngas, actually. Syngas is always... Oh, no, I can't. It's at the wrong temperature for syngas. Oh, no. Syngas will consume this. I just have to set that. There we go. Yeah. Turn all this stuff into syngas. That's fine. That's one byproduct dealt with. And then I still have to figure out the BTX, the petroleum gas. Yeah, methane and benzene are sort of the options with BTX, and I'm not sure which of those I'm gonna need first. Like, I mean, I already do use a little bit of methane, so that's fine. Does benzene have a use yet? No, benzene has no use. Okay, so I would want to turn it into methane. That's fine. And then my other products here, the tailings, the petroleum gas. Do I have petroleum gas? Oh, right, because I'm turning condensed distillates into... Is there a better use for this? Not at my current tech level. All right, and then petroleum gas is... I already looked at this, right? And I said making methyl isobutyl carbonyl is not useful yet because it's not used at my tech level. So I think the petroleum gas just has to sit around. Oh, that's the wrong gas power plant. Mark 1, please. What? Why? Natural gas? Wait, refined natural gas is different from regular natural gas? So I can't actually burn off the natural gas. Ugh, okay. So that means it either needs to go to formaldehyde or condensates. Why don't you like that? Oh, I can downgrade it? Okay, I didn't see a recipe to do that. Void. Oh, here we go. Natural gas. In a moss farm. It looks like there's a turd to do it. So I need the right turd, and I can do it with moss and CO2. Okay. Well, that's... I mean, I haven't looked at the moss turds, but that doesn't sound great. And then trying to turn this into condensates, and it gets mad about the naphtha? No. What's the issue? Oh, it requires some overproduction. Why does it think that? Naphtha. Some of the turds are downright dangerous in hard mode. Oh, yeah. I've lost... Alright, if I unlink that, we're fine. Okay, so something that consumes the naphtha. Ah, okay, so I need another naphtha consumer. That's the issue. Because right now we're using it to make bitumen froth. And then we also probably just want to turn it into like tall oil. Or diesel. Or use it for rare earth mining. Or okay, so this is a thing that I will use in the general case. Yeah, diesel. Burn it with... Just turn it to diesel and burn that off is fine. With the excess naphtha. All right, so that takes the refined natural gas and gets it into things that I can actually use. We're looping basically the refined natural gas into condensates again, and then that turns into more BTX, which is just methane for me, and tailings, which is whatever I want it to be, because I've got now the tech to make tailing separations, coal dust. I'm going to need empty comb at some point, so I'm okay making tailings. And then acid gas is sulfuric acid, right? And I assume I'm going to need a bunch of sulfuric acid real soon. That just seems like, from what I know of how... Yeah, rare earth slurry uses a bunch of sulfuric. Yep, it looks like rare earths are going to use a bunch of the sulfuric. Okay. So that's fine. Our byproducts are now mostly reasonable, right? We've got syngas to whatever. We've got a little bit of diesel that I'll have to figure out how to burn off, but that's fine. A little bit of ash, that's fine. Petroleum gas, I'm still not sure what to do with. I mean, it's a fuel. What's its fuel value? 1 megajoule compared to gasoline at 1.2. Okay. The petroleum gas is actually a decent fuel as well. So this is oil power. That's a lot of stuff to build up for... Excuse me. Most of these wouldn't be running at full capacity anyway. And we net, I mean, only 75 megawatts. Oh, we ended up not needing the oil patch after all. The math worked out that it didn't want to pull any of that in. Okay, that's fine. This feels like a lot for only 75 megawatts. So I am unconvinced that this is the direction that I want to go in. But let's add a new hot molten salt. Let's check the gas power plant. Make this a nested table. So I get natural gas from raw gas and gasoline, and I get raw gas from, oh, just straight up natural gas mining. Okay. And I have gasoline already. Not enough of it, but I have it. Condensates, again, that's refined natural gas. naphtha, which needs to be dealt with as either bitumen or something else. But, like, I turn that one off to get the same 75 megawatts. Maybe we do 4 of these. I don't know. I'm just looking at the number of gas power plants. 4 of these runs 3 gas power plants. That's fine. Naphtha to diesel again. Refined natural gas back to condensates. BTX to methane. Tailings to tailings dust. You know, if I loop this the way I was doing it before, whatever I want to do with the acid gas and the tailings dust. So yeah, this looks better. This looks much better where I'm at right now as far as a build that I actually want to do, right? Doing, I mean, I'm pulling in 40 gasoline a second, but I can also start pushing diesel out into my fuel network for my liquid fueled buildings, so I think that'll be fine. We need a bunch of aromatics as well. Okay, that's fine. Let's look at that. Aromatics from here. Oh, makes plenty of oof. Yeah, that's a question is how do I get this much aromatics? I mean, I've got creosote as well as the light oil to aromatics recipe, as well as, I mean, that's it. I don't think I'm turning, I think I am actually currently turning naphthalene into that as well. So, and if we just kind of start expanding tar refining, and I would want to do coke from coal gas, yeah, and coal, and not that one. Raw coal, okay. This is a fairly large, a very large build just to get enough aromatics to do this processing. We need to do... Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can allow overproduction of creosote. Anthracene goes to gasoline and more coke, and it broke again. What do I need to allow overproduction of now? Is a good question. Allow overproduction of coke. That's fine. And, oh, because it's trying to do things with this whole section. That's part of the problem. Pressurized steam from, yeah. Hot molten salt, etc. That's fine. What does it think it needs to overproduce? gasoline? There we go. Yeah. And that's fine. If we overproduce gasoline and... Oh, that's a lot of coke. This is a very big build again. I thought that I was getting to a place where my build didn't have to be as big, and now this is a very big build, and we're not making that much power anymore, because we're sucking it all down on tar processing. Ugh. It's interesting that it doesn't want to... There we go. I can link the coke again. That loops some things back into the loop. But this is just coal process, the basic coal processing that I've always been doing, right? But this is, again, this is like 10 belts of raw coal to be able to make enough aromatics to run this. There has to be a better way to make aromatics, right? Like, that's the... Tall oil makes some aromatics. Aromatics from plants. Oh. No. 1,700 Fawaji farms. We're not doing that one. And if we do tall oil and then tall oil separation, yeah, 200 machines, right? And then like light oil to, whoops, more aromatics. Don't like that, huh? Oh, because I need more light oil as an input. Okay. Yeah, and 400 light oil a second, 1,000 tar a second. This is also not the way to be making this much aromatics. Black liquor. Can I get that from anything other than making fiberboard right now? No. Creosote and gasoline, yeah. I mean, if we make this, let's make this a nested table. You know, we get the creosote from naphthalene, which we get from tops, bottoms, etc. Light oil into aromatics. I'm looking at this again, and it's not looking great. Pitch to coke. Anthracene to more creosote. Coke gets looped around to be tar. We also need to make tar from coal gas from coal. Yeah, I'm right back to where I was, right? To needing 10 belts of coal here to refine all of this into anything useful. So maybe gas power is also not the right answer right now? I feel like I'm missing something here, but... This is pretty much it as far as the know, the other option is from light oil, right? Normal, the tar processing that I've been doing, or tall oil separation. That's the other thing to do. And like that's just still a lot of yeah, and this says that if I don't want to use benzene, it's actually better to not even do the tall oil separation and to just turn the light oil directly into aromatics and gasoline. Which makes sense. But then we have like no savings from trying to use this recipe to see if it gets me more production here. All right, I'm inclined to say that oil power is also just out of reach, which leaves biocrud from agar spoiling. Fuel it with, I mean, whatever I want, but we'll say biomass. Because I have the fiber turd. Oops. Full list. I do, is it this one? Yes. And then the fiber needs to become biomass. That is fuel usage. That is not a... Oh, interesting. Can I not compost this fiber? Funky. All right. Yeah, turn raw fiber into fiber, and then we'll also add fuel usage in another biomass power plant. That's fine. We'll have one doing the biomass and one doing all the fiber. Add fuel usage. Molten salt. That's what I want. Okay. And then wood from logs. And I can make logs with CO2 now instead of ash. Although if I bring in both, that's the best option. Oh, see, I like this. This is looking a lot more manageable. I've got to make carbon dioxide. That's fine. We're going to have biomass already on site. We just burn less of it. Tree seedlings. Still only one recipe for those? Yes. And tree seeds and moss. Say the one with the stone, although it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I could do this without stone even. Let's actually do the one without stone. Yeah. 4 moss farms. So this is, what are our inputs? A little bit of agar. Let me do that. We will make steam. Seaweed with just the basic recipe for seaweed, right? Yep. Water pumping in. What are our inputs now? All right, 2 ash a second. And I actually could probably even make this ash on site. If I do ash from biomass, does that work? No. because we're only making 1.25 a second. If I wanted to make more ash, what would I do? I can compost moss to biomass to ash. Yeah, because that would take just very little extra moss. Well, 8 moss farms instead of 4. Whatever. And then we wouldn't have... Oh, if I delete this recipe, this is going to get sad, isn't it? Yep. Oh, I lost all my links. Ugh. Wood, raw fiber, biomass fiber, linked. Tree seeds need to be linked. Seedlings need to be linked. There we go. So this nets 200 megawatts off of... Oh, this says 0.13 ash. Oh, yeah, need to link up the ash again. There we go. 195 megawatts net running just about 4 power plants off of a single fastwood forestry. I think this is worth building, possibly in duplicate. Scale it for 2 fastwood forestries. I could scale it even for more than that, right? But 2 forestries into 1 wood processing, well, 11 wood processing units, and I think what we actually want is like exactly 1 wood a second, 1 log a second, and that would balance out these. Here, let's actually do that. Set fixed building count to 1. Nah, the other stuff doesn't really round out evenly if I do that. Okay. Never mind. We will do logs from all of that. And set fixed building count 1. The other option is to not have the ash input, right? If I get rid of log there. And if I just do logs from this version, set fixed building count. Here, what is the issue? We're overproducing biomass? What am I looking for? Molten salt. Nope. Oh, it's a fuel usage for molten salt. Yes, that's what I want. And then... Oh, yeah, just a very, very small amount of excess biomass. So we're not composting anymore. This nets 12 megawatts. Is that really right? Oh, I don't have the trees. There we go. Modules help. So this net's 140, whereas if I use the logs with ash, And we get ash from biomass. And that comes from composting, blah, 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 blah. This nets 54 watts. Okay. Double check that I did this right. Trees. Set fixed building count to 1. Yeah, 140 watts. Versus... ash from biomass. And set fixed building count to 1. And what am I missing? Biomass from... moss composting? Yeah, there we go. 195. Okay, that's what I thought. How did I end up with it generating 54 before? It must have done something a little funkier. But okay, yeah. So adding these extra high-pressure furnaces and doing this moss processing into a little extra biomass is worth it. Okay. This is the power plant build. 200 more megawatts on the way. Maybe I double this, because that'll be close to running 1 steam turbine if I double it. Yeah. 8 of these things and all the rest of it. Now the question is, do I have all of these recipes unlocked? I have to double check the tree one, that I have wood processing 2. I'm not sure that I've unlocked that yet. And I think everything else is... Why did I choose to do that? That's not the right thing ever. I want to do... yeah, you guys. Moondrops. Okay, and then we don't need to compost at all. And then we add biomass consumption for molten salt. How's that? 400. There we go. Oh, well, I doubled it, but still. Yep. 5 more megawatts by using my CO2 turd and setting up CO2 from the Moondrop greenhouse instead of biomass for it. All right. But again, I'm going to double this. Because I think this is going to be a reasonable scale to build at. Yeah, 10 crop facilities for seaweed. How much moss do I need? 9 moss farms. 2 high-pressure furnaces making agar. Yeah. All right. And with everything said and done, 400 megawatts from a relatively straightforward build here. Let's get it running. Let me check my shopping list in YAFC here. And grab what I need. Oh, I need to start making trees as well. That's something to think about, because I'm going to need them as modules. Same with moss and seaweed. 13 wood processing units. Yeah, because the base is still doing this. Over the past 10 minutes... yeah, we're just not making enough molten salt, especially when things are not running at full power. The base is unhappy. We're in a little bit of a death spiral. This is really the case. Wood processing units need also a few logs. Okay. And then what else do I need? 10 high-pressure furnaces, 10 seaweed crop facilities. Bunch of stuff to grab for this build. Eight of the 13. Okay, so I need 5 more, which is 25 logs in total. Three high-pressure furnaces. I need 10. Okay. And then 10 seaweed crop facilities. What am I going to need for these? A bunch of tin plates. Okay. Limestone. Such a weird thing to need. I think I had this conversation with myself the last time I was looking at seaweed crop facilities. 6 of them. Gonna need more tin, more steam engines over here. Oh, whoops. That's steel, not limestone. 8, 9. One more of those once I have some stone brick. Biomass power plants, I'm sure, are going to be expensive. Are we? Oh. Okay. Alright, moss farms. I need a bunch of soil and iron plates. And I need how many of those? 9 moss farms, 9 biomass plants. Okay. Okay, and then alternative energy. Where's the biomass power plant? Biomass power plant. Need a bunch more steam engines and a bunch of iron plates for each of those. Apparently that's a an achievement. All right. Twitch is going to start an ad break on me in a moment. But I am just going to keep gathering what I need to make these buildings once I get some water, because I'm going to use my ad break as an excuse to take care of myself. So I will be right back and keep getting these buildings ready to go. All right. What do I need for more of these biomass power plants? Steel and plastic. I should have a box with a bunch of plastic in it over where I make plastic, right? Yeah. Circuits, pipes, small parts, more steam engines. With the base in such disarray, trying to get everything that I need for this is going to be a challenge, but hopefully I can. All right, well that's 3. I need 9 in total, but we'll get started with 3. 4 soil extractors, which I already have 1 of. 4 soil extractors. What else is on the shopping list here? 3 ball mills, 3 washers. I've already got washers. Ball mills need more steel. All right, more copper and more steel, maybe. Ugh. Three ball mills, 3 washers, 3 botanical nurseries. Oh boy, more iron plates. That's not the thing that I'm lowest on or anything like that. Oh, I had some already. Oops. Oh well. 2 forestries. Um, 2 moondrop greenhouses. a high-pressure steam turbine, and a heat exchanger. And what do I need for this heat exchanger? Oh, you're making small parts. Stop making small parts. And then heat exchanger needs more steel. Okay. An electric boiler, an offshore pump, and a pressure pump. Pressure pump needs a little more iron plate. Pressure pump. Do I already have an offshore pump in my inventory? No. Offshore pump. And an electric boiler, which needs... Oh, look, more iron plates. All right. That is the shopping list. So let's get this power plant going. I guess it doesn't really matter where I build it, does it? Oh, and I'm out of medium power poles. So let's grab those. What else am I low on here that I will want to have for this build? Undergrounds. And I think that's it. The rest of this looks fine. So... where do I feel like building a power plant? Where is there wide open land that I'm not using? Kind of up here, there's a big open spot. Let's do that. All right, this is kind of a weird... Well, we're going to start with, I guess, the trees, right? Where's the trees? So we'll do the trees. Oh, I haven't done that research yet. That's one of the things that I was afraid of. All right, what do I need to do to get wood processing to... Okay, I can just do it. Hopefully, we can get that done with the base running as poorly as it's running, and hopefully that's the only tech that I need. Those are two very fingers crossed things, but these are going to make seedlings. And their input for seedlings is seeds and moss. Cool. And they each make 0.15 a second. That's fine. Our total log output is 1 a second, so these are also here. And then I'm going to put chests here, and I'm going to put chests here so that I can use them for... because tree seedlings spoil, I want to make sure that we properly buffer our wood here so that I can say, when there is wood buffered, disable making tree seedlings. And then log to wood is actually just 2 more buildings. 2 of these. And then we have wood output. And then wood goes into 11. Oh, I never made enough of these. Oops. They must have been... I thought I made enough of those. Are they used as... They must be used as an input for one of the buildings I made. Yeah. Alright, well, we need 11 of these, so... And that only makes a net of, okay, 8 items a second, so that is just over 1 belt. Two, 4... You know what? If I do that... Do these ones this way. And then instead of doing this belt here, we put these as outputs. Do it like that. Then we can take that and do that. Cool. So I'm going to need more of these wood processors, but that's fine. This will be enough to at least get this build running. And then... green on those ones, and I'll do red on this one. And then these are enabled when log less than a stack. Not the recipe log. I want log. There we go. All right, and then turn those on. Cool. So that is that. And then from here, what are we going to have? We need to make fiber into... We're going to have some splits happening here, right? So on the right, we'll take raw fiber, and that will go into our ball mills. And then... output of this will be something like that and that. And this also comes over here. Those get merged together. Okay. So that's now carrying fiber and biomass. The fiber needs to go in one direction. And that comes out here to 8 biomass power plants, of which I have 3. Oh, that's actually not quite right, is it? Because other side of this belt will need to be biocrud. It's actually coming off like that. So yeah, these need biocrud, and they need their fuel. And there should be like 1 inserter on each of those, right? Is that what? Yeah, 0.31, 0.32. Okay. That is... starting to look good. So then this is biomass. Biomass gets routed to a couple of places, I think. Or am I just burning it all? No. Some of it goes to be ash, right, because I need to feed ash to these. And I did not really leave space for an ash belt, did I? That's fine. It'll go right up here. Okay, that's ash. And that is from 8 high-pressure furnaces. Eight high-pressure furnaces, which are going to be turning biomass into ash. Yeah, I can be using those. These smaller inserters are fine for this. I didn't double check, but 4 ash a second off of 8 of these is half an item per machine. So that's fine. Okay. And then the rest of this, do output priority to here. And then the rest of it comes to 1 more of these power plants. This one makes, yeah, again. Oh, but it also needs to have the biocrud on it. And how do I want to do that? I guess if I bring you down like here. There we go. And then the last of these right... I mean, really, I could put it, like, right there. And then this one will be making... Yeah, using the biomass to power itself instead of the fiber. Perfect. And then... what is left? I need to be doing... I need to get the moss set up as one of the inputs to tree seeds, and I need to get the seaweed set up as the input to make agar, which just spoils directly into biocrud. So that is 10 seaweed crop facilities. Let's get those going down here. Using the simple seaweed recipe. Okay. Seaweed. Oops, and I forgot to do that. Seaweed comes over. Seaweed goes into 2 high-pressure furnaces. Bop. Bop. Make agar. And then the agar spoils into biocrud. Let's see. I'm not going to really bother putting these in boxes. It can just spoil on the belt. I don't care. There we go. That is biocrud. Ready to go. These need modules. And then the last thing I need... I need tree seeds. Oh, shoot. Didn't fully think this through. Because I put these right here. These turn logs into wood. And then those come down here, get turned into whatever. Okay. So if I split one of these here, make it the output priority, then I can drop down that. Okay, that'll work. This will fuel itself off of the wood, but that is fine. Yeah, does not even noticeably impact the amount of power that this will generate. So that is fine. And then input belt to all of this here. And on this side is moss, and I have 9 moss farms. That's a weird number. And we're doing the version that doesn't need stone. Power these. There we go. And then CO2 and muddy sludge. CO2 is going to come from moondrops, which I've got right here. And let's see if I can get these positioned. Yeah, like there. And what is next? The muddy sludge. That's water and soil. I need 4 soil extractors. And how many washers making muddy sludge? What does the FC tell me? 3 washers and 4 soil extractors. That's just... annoying, is what it is. Alright. Washers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Making muddy sludge. These will need, because the... what did I say? We need 4 soil extractors. Oh, and only 3 washers. Oops. Yeah. And then... lots of inserters. Oh boy, I'm out of belts. That's not good. Okay. power there. So what do I need to do now? I need to get this whole build powered. I don't have the wood recipe that I wanted to use, which is unfortunate. But I guess I can start with this one, right? The normal water recipe and go from there. It just won't make quite as much power until it has oh, there we go. Alt mode off. Like, why can't I see anything? Nope, not those. And that'll go higher, lower, higher, lower, higher, lower, higher. And this one, I'm going to need to route around a little bit differently. All right, that should be 2 networks for the salt. Oh, I need to also pipe salt into this system. That's important to remember as well. And then off of the hot salt, we need our heat exchanger. Do I have one? There it is. And then the cold salt is right here. Perfect. And then we need a pressure pump feeding that. Pressurized water. And then water comes in here from wherever I need to hook water up to. I haven't started plumbing water around yet. And then pressurized steam comes out and will run this turbine. Okay. Oh, good. I do have a couple of nurseries here because I need to make trees from seedlings. Okay, and this needs moss and seeds as well. So if well, actually just fork it for now. Okay, every one planter box becomes a tree. Okay. And I need 20 trees, so I can do that. That. Do that, that, and that. Beautiful. Throw in some wood here. Throw in some logs here. Oh, this needs one more log. Is there a tree nearby that I can chop down? I'll find a log when I go back down to the base. All right. Modules, and I should do the same here. Copy and paste this so that the bots will... module them as needed. Okay. What do I need to build here? I need a bunch of belts. I need a bunch of the modules, of course. I think everything else can wait until the system is actually turned on. So let's get water routed in. That is water there. And then this all also needs water. And do I want to connect that, or do I just want to make an extra pump and not worry about it? I think the answer is the latter. All right, those are watered. And then this all also needs to be hooked up to water. Cool. So I think instead of putting this in here, why don't I do this by hand? 2 tree seeds. How many does this need to get started? Just 1. Okay. That is 8 tree seeds out of the 20 we're going to need. It is... I need a bunch more moss. That'll be fine. I'll be able to grab that. I'm actually not going to do this. I'm going to just leave this connected. And that way the tree seed... yeah, the trees will end up there, and then this should work. This should all work. This looks right. Other than needing to swap this recipe to the one that uses muddy sludge instead of water, this is ready to go. And I'll be able, I think, to just... I'll need to figure out how I want to route the muddy sludge in. Probably right through here. Because I do have these guys making... oh, connect that to... oop, that is the wrong pipe. Try again, Brandon. There we go. Muddy sludge. So hopefully, I mean, I'm going to imagine the whole base has no power right now, so... it's still doing what it's been doing the whole time. All right. Why is science not running at all? I would have thought it would at least be running slowly, but it's not running at all. We have no green science. Okay. But why no green science? Have no alien whatever. Because we have no of those. Because... Oh. That's interesting. Terrible, but interesting. I guess I can just throw a buffer chest in there to try to keep that from doing that in the future. All right, here's the salt pipe. I'll need to plug that into the system up there as well. Let's grab what we need to get that thing starting to bootstrap, though. I need more belts. I need more power poles. And... what else did I need? I needed, like, some more buildings up there, but I think it's fine without those, really. But just the same, I can make them happen. Soil extractor needs burner mining drills, iron plates. And what else did I need up here? Half a dozen wood processing thingies. Okay. Let's get science running again as well. That'll be important. It looks like, even though it should have been prioritizing the using the spoiled ones, it somehow managed to back itself up here. I'm unsure about how I achieved that, but it is true that that is what has been achieved. So I think I can do this. And that should get this going again. In theory. We shall see. And, oh, I need moondrops as well for the CO2 greenhouses. 16, so I need like 32 of them. How many moondrops is that? That's plenty of moondrops. And there was something else I wanted to grab here on my way up. Right, more underground pipes. Because I have to get the salt up there to start bootstrapping that system. Salt will come from here. I'll probably have to throw a pump down somewhere on here, which is why I'm being... Oop, that's what I thought. Pump, right there. And one more pump. And then this comes up here. And here. We're going to have this on if the output is less than 50. Let that start running. Getting molten salt into these things, yeah, so they can start to think about warming it up. Oh, I never hooked this up. Power. And to water. Okay. Cool. That is water. It also needs moss, which I will get in a moment. And this is going to take a little while to kind of start bootstrapping itself, but oh, I didn't hook these up to water. That's important. There we go. The first of these are going to start running. Really? I have no biocrud in my inventory? That's hilarious. I always have biocrud in my inventory. Let's head up here. Let's see if I can find a couple of trees to chop down and maybe some seaweed. Trees, yeah, there we go. A couple more logs, which I can turn into more tree seeds. Moss is going slowly. Oh, there's plenty of tree seeds here. Okay, cool. Water. Now we just need the moss, which, again, should just come from, like, over here somewhere. Okay, so that is a bunch of fiber in these. They don't have their biocrud yet. Oh, this is gonna take a hot minute for all of this to bootstrap because power is so screwed up at the main base. All right. Is there anything I can do to make this run faster? I guess I could start turning things off. That's an option. Wait, why is this not... What? Oh. What? Oh. How long has that been snafu'd? Oh, I didn't even think to check this. My power's been right on the cusp for so long, I didn't even think that, like, maybe it was actually broken. Well, that'll start getting some of this running. Yeah, and this system is turning itself back on. Thank goodness. So we should see the... Yeah, it's going to take a minute for this steam to start backing up and pushing into the main base, but that will help with power at the main base. This is its own power grid. And yeah, it's doing fine. Yeah, there we go. This is already basically caught up. Alright, I still need to build 6 more biomass power plants, which I really don't have the stuff for right now. Oh, I never made the steam for the agar. That's important. Okay. And on the power grid... And agar spoils pretty quickly, right? 5 minutes, yeah. So it won't be long until this, these can start to turn on. Want them to build this one, yeah. All right. Still using all my moss for modules. All right. There it goes. And now I can throw some in here. Oh, not enough of it. Five moss for 3 tree seedlings. I need 20, so I need 35 moss in total. 7 crafts. Oh, these are going to make seedlings. Oops. These don't have modules yet. Oops. Okay. I think all the moving parts are here. It's just a matter of waiting for this to get itself moving enough and... Ugh. How or why? Alright, well, at least we're not totally blacking out when we black out now. Which means this system is running. Mostly. Yeah, mostly. Just now. Yeah, these aren't quite running full speed yet. Gotta wait until the ash empties a little further. And then that'll keep the crushed coal coming down to these. This isn't running full because it's limited by how much coal can be burned by these stacks right now. Oh, these don't have ash yet. Okay. Oops. Ash from biomass. There we go. That was just a missing recipe at least. Hopefully, none of... With this system set up this way with the direct insertion, hopefully this won't... Hopefully these seedlings won't spoil. That is the hope. And then the agar is going to take... Yeah, the oldest ones are just starting to spoil. Which means this will turn on shortly. As soon as it has... I was going to say as soon as it has biomass coming through. But, oh, these have a water output. I forgot about that. Okay, let's take care of that water output. Perfect. I can make an outfall, thank goodness. These need to be on water. Apparently they need power, too, which is kind of silly when you think about it, but... Oh, crap. All right, I think just kind of running this thing off of some random fuel in my inventory for the moment until it has a chance to really... until this whole system has a chance to really start running properly. But... I think this is working. Did I not end up fixing Logisci like I thought I did? Did this not work down here to get it running? Oh, because the buildings are running slowly. I'm gonna bet these are spoiling before it can make a second one. And then everything is sad. Yes. That is exactly what's happening. All right. Well, I've got one of these running now. Which is some power. It's not a lot of power. And it's not running consistently. But we're getting there. We're so close. Output full. Did I not? Oh. There we go. And then, what is wrong with this? Oh, I didn't set the recipe. Ooh, boy. Oops. Okay. These are going to use a little more ash than I actually... than one small inserter can handle, at least when I swap them over to the better recipe that uses muddy sludge instead of just water. One tree... Oh, from 3 seedlings, and this is... 4 crafts. Need another 9 seedlings. 8. 9. Alright. That should do the trick for that. This one I can take now. And then, yep, fiber going that way, biomass going this way. And then, in about 5 minutes, this one should start to just run from fiber and with the biocrud backed up on the belt. That's all looking fine. This is looking fine. Oh. Nope, that's exactly the right number in there still. I just missaw how many modules were still there. Okay. So yeah, 3 more crafts plus the one happening, 4 more modules. Perfect. Fiber is going. Slowly but surely. Yeah, when we get... I guess I can actually do this. Grab a bunch of biocrud, and then get this one started. That should get us... Yeah, this one's out of fuel again. That's because right now we're turning all the biomass we can into ash. Moss is backing up, apparently. Not sure why. Well, I guess because seedlings are backed up. And seedlings are backed up because we're not making trees as fast as we could be. I still don't have the better recipe. What is going on down here? Hey! We're actually making a thing. Means, yeah, okay, we've got some green science coming out again. Perfect. I think that was probably like, I'd caught it just as it managed to get itself running again. I have nothing in my inventory to run this with. Okay. Oh, and I've got a bunch of Logisci. Let me go drop that in my machines and get them actually running science for this wood processing tech. All right, there we go. That should finally start running. How long is this? 60 seconds, so 1 minute. 160 minutes? No. Divide that by 8. 20 minutes for this tech to finish. Okay. Can I find 20 minutes worth of stuff to do around the base so I can have that build totally done? Maybe. What do I need for more biomass plants? Let's grab that. Intermetallics, steel, iron plates. Alright, well, there's 2 more of those at least. Gonna need a few more. How many do I need in total up here? 2, 3. I need 6 more in total. Okay. And I also need to put down a radar up there. Alright, so I need 4 more of those, and let's get a radar put down. The radar wants to live right about there. All right, that is looking good, looking good, looking good. Get this radar hooked up. Ta-da! This will also expand my coverage a little bit. Maybe I'll get lucky and I'll find more geothermal. Always the hope is that I get more free power. I think until I swap the recipe on this, the system is unstable at best. Because I don't know if it's making enough logs per ash for this to keep running itself forever. I might have to grab some ash and bring it over here. So I need 4 more of these, and I need this tech to be done. And otherwise... Do we have power? Is it stable? Oh... We may finally have power. We are out of molten salt. Is that just not moltening itself? right now. Oh, it's trying. Okay. That's fine. We have enough up in the loop up there, I think, for it to work. Ooh, a bunch of fiber and stuff. Let me go grab that. 'Cause I will make use of those. And then, what do I need here? Circuits and steel to make my next... All right. And steel and circuits down here. Steel. Circuits. Iron. Grab a little more plastic. Two. Another 100 steel and a bunch more iron. Then, what do I need? Steam engines, small parts, intermetallics, and even more iron. Metallics, steam engines, small parts. 4. Okay, that's the last one of those. Raw fiber goes into those machines. And biomass. And a little bit left that can go in that. Which it burned instantly. Oh, this is actually going to use... I wasn't really paying attention when I... There. Okay, these are running fine. Running fine over here. Still waiting for the bio-crud to kind of back up far enough for everything to turn on, but we have 4 of these running full-time now. This... not quite fully catching up on steam, I don't think, but pretty close to it. Yeah, estimated time 12 and a half minutes, 13 minutes left on that wood processing tech, so I can swap this over. And that's going to be what's necessary to make this actually run at full speed. Yeah. With the amount of biomass that's being fed into this, like, we don't expect it to really be running full time. We expect it to just kind of every once in a while give a little spurt of extra hot molten salt into the loop. So that is fine. Here, we definitely do need more salt. All of these buildings, they're not all fully buffered yet, I don't think. But that's fine. This should, yeah, this is still running, so it'll figure itself out eventually on that front. Yeah, we're backing up on fiber here, which is great. Backing up on ash. I mean, this system just isn't running quite at full capacity, right? It's running at half. So that's fine. Down here in, where is it? Oil power is, I assume, still running every once in a while. Yep. Every once in a while, it'll try to run this system. It does look like we've got, yeah, molten salt backed up well, which is good. And then, yeah, okay. I think I'm pretty happy with this. Seeds, that's fine. I'm kind of babysitting this because I'm worried about the seedlings spoiling before this tech is done, but I think it's going to be okay there. I don't think it's going to actually cause any issues. Good. Everything looks good here. This is great. And this is modular, and this is 0 input, right? Which is also huge. I can, well, okay, this design isn't super modular, but I can copy and paste this to basically anywhere I need it and be able to, you know, double my power if I need to. I could probably tweak the layout to make it a little more modular if I so desired, but still, being able to just drop another one of these down will be huge, especially when I have bots running, which was the goal of today's stream before power broke. But unfortunately, time makes fools of us all. How are Logibots going? We have 2 of them. What are they missing? Niobe. But why? Why isn't niobium running? Target full. Item ingredient shortage. Oh! Because I'm a colossal idiot. Okay, let me go fix niobium. I wasn't really thinking when I built this, obviously, because this needs to be there. That's what we need. Yeah, this is filtered, so it'll spit out all of its contents. Beautiful. Logs, throw them up here. All right. Logs. All right. Still waiting for molten salt to catch up with how much demand there really is here, but that's okay. Because the steam is totally caught up. So at this point, the salt can fill the loop slowly, and I'm not worried about the system turning off. What I am worried about is this tech wrapping up still. I think we're doing okay on our time as far as being worried about, you know, seedlings spoiling in the loop. All right. Yeah, this is all gonna back up soon. Which is fine, yeah, because then logs end up in here. And these will... They're on separate networks. One's on green and one's on red, so that they can each measure their buffers separately. All right, I am, like I said, really happy to have this build now. And I do think this is something I can just copy and paste as needed. Once it's up and running, it's 0 input. It obviously does need some molten salt to run, but that is not a constant input, right? That's a one-off. Then, how's this doing? Okay, this is pretty much drained. Excellent. Let me go grab those tanks. I want to put some storage on... I want to put some storage at molten salt, because right now, when I have molten salt demand, it turns on, right? And this is doing everything it can to pump a bunch of salt out. But I should have some storage here instead, so that it can just, so that it's available when I need it, right? Like that, and that, and that. And why? Oh, because it's sticking down. That's funny. Okay. This should work instead. Okay. Oh, nope. Not in that direction either. Whatever. 2 of them is fine. Could probably think about making... Yeah, there are other... Not really nearby, though, that I could easily plug into this existing one. Yeah, alright. Alright, the tech is done. Let's get the system swapped over to use it. And then hopefully this keeps my power solved for a long time. All right, we want to be making logs from CO2, muddy sludge, and ash. Yes. So, let's do CO2. Ooh. Then get muddy sludge. Come down here. All right. And this should be making a lot more wood now. Not that this system, you know, really desperately needs it at the moment. Like, it's clearly over, or undersubscribed, I should say. But there it is. I can't get the whole thing on screen. It's, I made it too wide and skinny. But, alright. Let's call it here. This is a good place to end it. We have fixed power. We've got research rolling again. We are ready to go back to trying to do logistics next time. Speaking of, do I have, hey, I have niobium plates, which means I might even have, 17 logistics bots. Let's limit the number of those for one thing. Oh, and I can actually put down my first Roboport though, right? Because now that we have power, I can actually put down the Roboport and start charging the bots. The quick start bots will remain in my inventory and not in the network until I have the tech to actually build those. All right. Oh, and now I can start using trash slots. Okay. Let's make... I am going to do a little bit of logistics stuff. Because active provider, passive provider, storage chests. Steel. Oh, and circuits, apparently. All right. That is a small... What else do we have here? Drone charging stations. And construction zone extenders. Yeah. I want to start getting logistics coverage around the base, because what I want to start doing is converting all of my dump chests to active provider chests when I see them around. And then all that stuff will end up here. There we go. And roboports need aluminum. All right, so I should be able to now start... Okay, this needs some Ooh, beautiful. There we go. Make sure all of these actually have power everywhere that I put them. And see, this is exactly what I was talking about. Active provider chest. Hello. And here they come. A bunch of logistic Pinobots. Cool. Carrying all the stuff from the dump chests out to storage. All of those are now going into storage, and then I should be thinking about passive provider chests in the mall, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do that on the bot mall, on the Logibot mall. But this is my first few bots doing their thing. They're going to charge very slowly. What do we have? 34 logistics robots. All right. Ugh. I know I said I was going to wrap up, but now I'm, like, excited. Passive provider chests. Quester chests. And... oh, see, here's the... oh, no, I guess I can just request ashless fuel. I just have to make it available to the network, right? So if I find a spot where I want to start thinking about building out the Logi Mall, and I don't know what that spot is, but, you know, maybe over here. Yeah, there's room here. There's not a lot of stuff going on. I think everyone pretty much knows what a bot-based logistics mall looks like, right? It's a passive provider chest, a quester chest, power pole, set the recipe, start with belts, right? You can shift right, you can paste the recipe into this thing, and it'll select what it wants. And then the other thing to add is fuel, add fiber here. Whoops. Minimum of shore stack. Yeah. So this will always request fiber to fuel the assembler, and then limit the output to 1 stack. And then you do this a million times. What do I need? I need to make small parts. And then small parts needs 3 things, and on and on. And then copper cable. Gears. And what would you be? Screws, bolts, is that what they're called? Bolts. And iron sticks. And that's pretty much it. And then I would just need to get, you know, iron and copper plates into the network to be able to actually build stuff. If I go ahead and grab some more iron plates, make that last assembler. Where are my... I know I had a few more... yeah, roboports. All right. Couple more of those. What do I need? Steel? Steel. Ooh. And don't make small parts, please. Excuse me. There we go. So then that system just needs to be powered. Well, all of these need to be powered, really. Whoops. And then, let's just move all of this up into, like, corner of this thing. Power poles connect. There we go. Grab a bunch more medium power poles. And then what I can start doing is all of these chests that I have raw materials buffered in start to make into passive provider chests. And that will be on the network for the new system. Let's also get one going on here for copper. And grab a ball mill. Drop it, like, here. Make fiber out of raw fiber. And that can also go into chest. All right. So now, in theory, I mean, the Logibots are very, very busy right now emptying all my dump chests. But, in theory, they will eventually catch up and should start to put, Oh, I need to power up this part of the network. I haven't done that yet. Cool. Now some very, very slow bots can theoretically start to, start to make belts for me. And then I've got all the outputs limited to a stack of all the intermediates. So that is officially belts in the logistics network, in theory. Once they, Oh, let me add a section. Call this fuel. I'm going to move the fiber request to that section. Because I have to put it in each of these in addition to fuel, add section, fuel, add section, fuel. Okay, so now all of these request fuel as well as their parts to make each of the things. We have, it says no robots in the network. Is that because the networks are not connected yet? I didn't power one of my roboports? That seems to be the case. And this one, okay. That should have the networks connected now, right? If I go up here and look at it. Still no of it, well. 69. 70. 70. Okay, 70. It took a second, but it has synchronized itself. Cool. So in theory, the Logibots could now start bringing oh, and look, some of them are. They're bringing iron plates. They're bringing awesome. That is fantastic. Should put one for batteries, wherever I have batteries. Here. Oh no. This wants to be like right there. All right. That was what? Glass here? Yeah, that's okay. I'll get that rejiggered somehow. There we go. Perfect. So now we have... It's in the wrong place. Oh no! I messed up my grid. Fix that. There we go. here as well. And then this one also over 1. There we go. Now the network is partially realigned. This one is still off. Off by a lot. Ouch. Come on, Brandon. I did a bad job. All right. Well, I'm going to wrap up before... Wait. I knew. Okay, yes. I'm going to wrap up in the next few minutes. I just want to get these roboports put back where they actually need to be so that I feel better about my grid actually being a grid. Oh, hey, look at that. It's actually managed to craft some stuff. I wasn't expecting the bots to have managed to bring enough stuff up yet to do that, but hey. All right, cool. That is the beginnings of my small robot army. I could probably use construction zone extenders as needed and charging stations, but oh, I don't have construction bots automated yet, do I? I don't. But yeah, we're up to 75 bots in the network. This is going to keep going. Cool. All right. Well, I'm going to call it here. I think I achieved my goal. We got bots today. So thank you very, very much to everyone who's tuned in over the course of today. Thank you to everyone who watches these on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to see it live, the links to my Twitch is down in the doodly-doo. And if you are watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always appreciated for a small channel like mine. So yeah, thank you very, very much, everybody. And I might do pie tomorrow. I haven't decided if I want to do more pie for my... haven't decided if I want to do more pie for my whatever game day or if I'm going to do something different. But yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I will see you in the next one.